lifting like a bulldog.
I'll show you how a tiger does it. No!
What on earth? That's Granny's antique piano.
We can fix it.
You should have called Lambert's. They had 2 real men move me for $86 an hour.
Lambert sent 3 men to move me for just $110 an hour.
I'm calling Lambert Transfer.
Now the first string is on the job. Go long, Will.
Now he's moving.
Lambert Transfer and Storage. Call us first.
You're watching WTBM News Leader 9. Coverage you can count on.
Well, hey, music fans, are you looking to get a big band fix this weekend? The Auburn Knights reunion is getting set to kick off their annual festivities this weekend.
Yeah, it brings in hundreds of musicians from all over the Southeast for the fun. And they want you to join them for the show. Our Ben Stanfield has more.
Great entertainment this weekend as the Auburn Knights annual reunion will take place at Grand National Resort in Opelika. It's a tradition-rich event, only interrupted by wars and pandemics.
I remember sitting in with, I was 20-something, and I was sitting with guys who had been in World War II. They had fought on the ground, they had flown in the air, and they came back to Auburn because the band went on. Ben, you may know the band went on hiatus for a couple years during World War II.
Yeah,
and it was the 48-49 group that came back from the war that decided they needed to get the band going again. If it hadn't been for them, this thing would have ended at World War II.
The festivities kick off Friday night and continue through the weekend. The Auburn Knights are comprised of Auburn University music alumni, band, or choir who perform together in bands assembled by decades.
there's a huge, circle of Auburn family that's a part of the Auburn Knights. It's not just the band, even though it's student run. It's not just the band by itself out there doing this thing. We were a part of the university.
Ben Stanfield, WTVM News Leader 9.
Love it. Sounds good, right?
Yeah.
Good evening. It's a few minutes before kickoff, but a few announcements are probably appropriate. First of all, I'm Peter Blaze, the current president of the Auburn Knights Alumni Association, and we welcome all of you to our 92nd anniversary party, and glad you're here, and I'm sure more folks are going to be coming in over the next few minutes. Couple remarks before we get started. Many thanks to the folks here at the Marriott. This has been a great home for us for, what, 20 years? Close to it. Jim Keller, Darian Crabtree, Sharon Norris, Tim Burgess, the entire staff of this hotel. Great to work with, and they're always welcoming. Just a good bunch, and they make this party happen. Changing subjects. I think everyone who reads the news knows we're still dealing with COVID-19 and the pandemic. So if you're more comfortable wearing a face mask, please do so. It touches everyone. I had to deal with it recently myself, but fortunately it was very short-lived. The other thing is, if you're not on our email mailing list, we have registration forms out at the desk, and if you'd fill these out, give us your email, we can push information to you about the Auburn Knights over the next year, and also announce when the dates of the next reunion are, and if you're staying in the hotel, the link to the contract rates that we have through our annual contract with the hotel. So we need to know who you are, we need to know how to get hold of you, because we don't mail stuff out anymore. That got prohibitively expensive, and we've embraced technology. We start off tonight with the current band. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, let me introduce to you the 2022 edition of the Auburn Knights Orchestra. Come on, folks.
Hey y'all, so our next song tonight is going to be Orange Colored Sky. I'm Kat, I'm our female vocalist. How y'all doing?
When out of the orange-colored sky, flash, bam, alakazam, wonderful you came by. I was humming a tune, drinking in sunshine, when out of the orange-colored view, wham, bam, alakazam, I gotta look at you. One look and I yell timber. Cause the ceiling fell in and the bottom fell out. I went into a spin and I started to shout, I've been hit, this is it, this is it. I was walking along, minding my business, when love came and hit me in the eye. Flash, bam, alakazam, out of the orange-colored sky. Can I yell timber? Watch out for flying 'cause the ceiling fell in and the bottom fell out. I went into a spin and I started to shout, I've been hit, this is it, this is it. I was walking along, minding my business, when love came and hit me right in the eye. Flash, bam, alakazam, out of the orange-colored purple stripe, pretty green polka dotted sky. Flash, bam, alakazam, and
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Loyal, and I'm the male vocalist for the current group this year. We're going to slow it down with this next song, and there's a beautiful dance floor right over there if you feel like having a slow dance. This next one is The Nearness of You. It's not the pale moon that excites me, that thrills and delights me. Oh no, it's just the nearness of you. It is in your sweet conversation that brings this sensation. Oh no, it's just the nearness of you. When you're in my arms and I feel you so close to me, all my wildest dreams, they come true. I need no soft lights to enchant me if you only grant me the right to hold you ever so tight. Josh McLeod, ladies and gentlemen. When you're in my arms and I feel you so close to me, all my wildest dreams come true. I need no soft lights to enchant me if you'll only grant me the right to hold you ever so tight and to feel in the night the nearness of you, and to feel in the night the nearness of you. Thank you all very much. The band has 2 more songs for y'all tonight. And the first one that they have up next is called Spain by John LaBarbera. It's his arrangement. Enjoy. Oh, it's by Chicoria. My bad.
Thank y'all so much for coming out tonight. We are so proud to be carrying on this almost century-long tradition of this band. We are so grateful to be a part of it. And this is our final song tonight, so this is called Little Minor Blues. Booze, not blues. Little Minor Booze. There we go. Sorry, struggling. But give a round of applause for these amazing musicians. They're fantastic.
Thank y'all so much. We'll be back tomorrow with some more jam.
Check, 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 check.
While the band is getting ready for the next set, what'd you think about the current band? Yes, indeed. It's some amazing musicianship from the current crowd, and it'll give you a taste for what to expect tomorrow night when they close out our weekend. It's pretty impressive when you think that this band has been going for 92 years, except for a brief hiatus during World War II. And the Auburn Knights legacy includes stellar musicians who went into all walks of life, not only music educators and performing musicians, doctors, attorneys, business people, military folks. There are a few of us here tonight. So the band is a cross-section of society, and yet it's the love of this music that keeps this all going. So 92 years we're celebrating today. We hope you're back in 8 years when we can celebrate a century of the Auburn Knights. But the Auburn Knights didn't start off as a big band. You can see from the folks here, the construct was very different back then. Sometimes they didn't have a bass, they used a tuba. And there's a banjo in the midst. What's up with that? But they used, it was the music of the day. And over the first decade, it grew as big band music swept America. So, you ready, Mike? We're ready. Ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the 30s era tribute band.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going back a little ways in time. That first tune was titled Alabama Stomp. And let's see, before we go any further, I want to introduce you to the band because there's going to be solo work, little two-bar things happening all the time, so I want you to know who's playing them. We have Milton Welch on reed 1. Myself, Mike Lyle on reed 2. And on reed 3, Walt Hines. On trumpet 1, Mr. Ryan Chapman. Trumpet 2, Gil Jennings. And our solo trombonist, Mr. Ted Mann. And our rhythm section, the youngest member of the band, Mr. Andrew Ayers. On banjo and guitar, Mr. Patrick Bruce. On the big fiddle back there, Mr. Bob Jimian. And our savior this year, because our regular drummer could not make it, Mr. Woody Leonard. Okay, we're going to bring the next member of our band up. She's prettier than every one of us. Patricia Lyle, not my sister, to sing for you Carolina Moon.
There's still time.
What does that even mean?
We've been together 39 years, so I can get away with a whole lot of stuff. But not that one.
And by the way, this tune has a long entrance before she comes in, because there's an intro, and there's a verse, very long verse, and then she comes in on the chorus. So be patient.
So I'll just wait over here. Okay, where's my chair? All right. out your light. Say I'm alright, please do. Tell him that I'm blue and lonely. Dreamy Carolina moon. My boss gave me some notes. This says, the next song we're going to do is I've Told Every Little Star. This is written by Jerome Kern in 1932 and introduced in the musical Music in the Air. The first recording was done by Jack Denny and his Waldorf Astoria Orchestra in the year it was written. I've Told Every Little Star. I've told every little star just how sweet I think you are. Why haven't I told you? I've told ripples in the brook make my heart an open Thank you. So I'm going to do one more before I hand it back to the band. This one was in 1929, Harry Axt and Grant Clark, blah, 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 blah. Am I Blue, copyrighted and was featured in 4 films in the same year. The most notable performance was by Ethel Waters. Oh, that's why you wanted me to listen to her. Okay. You can see I read ahead. The movie was On with the Show.
All right. Pat Lyle. And a very nice tag on that tune from our illustrious drummer, Mr. Woody Leonard. Like I said, we're going back in time, so we're going to take you back to 1932 with a Hoagie Carmichael tune, and everybody knows who that is. But this tune is titled New Orleans. It's a little bit different. It's kind of harmonically a little bit dark, but it's a cool tune. But anyway, here we go. New Orleans. Okay. New Orleans. Going to bring Pat back up here to sing a tune that was popularized. Actually, this tune was actually composed, this arrangement, in 1934. It's titled East of the Sun.
East of the sun and west of the moon, will your dream house of love be? Near to the sun in the day, near to the moon at night, we'll live in a lovely way, dear, living on love and pale moonlight, just you and I, forever and a day. Love will not die, we'll keep it that way. Up among the stars we'll find a harmony of life, do a lovely tune, east of the sun and west of the moon, dear, east of the sun and west of the moon.
All right, East of the Sun. All right, we're going to bring Pat back up again. Now, this next tune, this particular arrangement, was written back in 1930. It's titled Confessing That I Love You.
I do too. Aw, I snuck that one in. Got to sugar him up every once in a while. I'm confessing that I love you. Tell me, do you love me too? I'm confessing that I need you, honest I do. Need you every moment. In your eyes I read each strange thing, but your lips deny their truth. Will your answer really change things, making me blue? I'm afraid someday you'll leave me, saying, can we still be friends? If you go, I know you'll grieve me. All of life on you depends. Am I
confessing that I love you. All right, we're going to pick the pace up just a little bit, actually quite a bit, on a tune, this arrangement by Jimmy Dale. Let's see, 1933. And the name of this tune is That's How Rhythm Was Born. That's How Rhythm Was Born. All right. I think this might be our last tune, but I'm not sure. Yeah. Two more?
Okay, I'm the official timekeeper, and he says play two more. We're going to do one more. How's that for splitting the difference? It's
All right.
called?
Yeah, we're going to take you down to New Orleans right now. Way Down Yonder, New Orleans, a tune by Henry Creamer and John Layton. Let's see, this one was written when? Pat?
C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 after C starts the second page.
Popularized by the fearless quartet, Blossom Smith and the Paul Whiteman Orchestra.
Okay.
It's old.
If anybody remembers them,
It's old.
I'll buy you a drink when we break.
Yeah, you wrote it. I should buy him a drink, otherwise I'd be going, oh. Down yonder in New Orleans, in the land of Traby Sea, there's a garden of Eden. whisper in the winterside. Stop! Oh, won't you give your lady fair a little smile? Stop! Oh, won't you give your language there a little while? There is heaven right here on earth in this beautiful Queen, way on down in New Orleans. Give it up for the band.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, your 2022 30s band, ladies and gentlemen.
We're done at 8:20, so
How much time we got?
2 minutes. You got 2 minutes. Make it fast.
All right. Let's do it.
Bam, bam, baby. Bam, bam.
Bam, bam.
Bam, bam.
Okay, we're very quickly going to get to this last tune. It's titled Bam Bam Bammy Shore. And it's not slow.
Bam,
banjo solo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us. Thank you very much. Your 2230s band. Thank you so much.
Lift it like a bulldog! I'll show you how a tiger does it. No, no!
What on earth? That's Granny's antique piano.
We can fix it.
You should have called Lambert's. They had 2 real men move me for 86 an hour.
Lambert sent 3 men to move me for just $110 an hour.
I'm calling Lambert Transfer.
Now the first string is on the job. Go long, Will.
Now he's moving.
Lambert Transfer and Storage. Call us first.
You're watching WTBM News Leader 9. Coverage you can count on.
Well, hey, music fans, are you looking to get a big band fix this weekend? The Auburn Nights reunion is getting set to kick off their annual festivities this weekend.
Yeah, it brings in hundreds of musicians from all over the Southeast for the fun, and they want you to join them for the show. Our Ben Stanfield has more.
Great entertainment this weekend as the Auburn Nights annual reunion will take place at Grand National Resort in Opelika. It's a tradition-rich event, only interrupted by wars and pandemics.
I remember sitting in with, I was 20-something, and I was sitting with guys who had been in World War II. They had fought on the ground, they had flown in the air, and they came back to Auburn. This band went on, you may know, the band went on hiatus for a couple years during World War II.
Yeah.
And it was the 48-49 group that came back from the war that decided they needed to get the band going again. If it hadn't been for them, this thing would have ended in World War II.
The festivities kick off Friday night and continue through the weekend. The Auburn Nights are comprised of Auburn University music alumni, band or choir, who perform together in bands assembled by decades.
There's a huge, circle of Auburn family that's a part of the Auburn Nights. It's not just the band, even though it's student run. It's not just the band by itself out there doing its thing. We were a part of the university.
Ben Stanfield, WTBM News Leader 9.
Love it. Sounds good, right?
Yeah.
appreciate your coming tonight, and we're going to try to play some music from the total pop eras of the 40s and 50s. This was the highlight of pop music, and I heard my kids saying just the other day, they don't write them like that anymore. Thing about it, they were talking about the Stones. So we picked that number because it was called Easy to Love, and it featured a solo by John Connor on tenor saxophone. And it was arranged by Marion Evans, who is a major contributor to the history of the Auburn Knights because he wrote most of the music that the Auburn Knights played in the late 40s and 50s. So we always play tribute to him by playing that tune. It was also chosen because Easy to Love was composed by Cole Porter. And Cole Porter is going to be our featured celebrity tonight. We're going to do mostly numbers by Cole Porter, and we're going to talk about the life of Cole Porter. So, Cole Porter was born in 1891 in Peru, Indiana, if you can imagine wherever that is. And he was born to a wealthy family, and his grandfather was considered the wealthiest person in the state of Indiana. So there was no shortage of funds in that family. But his mother and father both were musically talented, and they recognized his musical talent early on. So his mother coached him in his upbringing in music. He was playing the violin by the time he was 6 years old. He played piano at age 8, and at age 10, with his mother's help, he wrote his first sinfonia, if you will. So after that, he went to a private school in Massachusetts. He graduated with honors because they all enjoyed his music and his ability to entertain. So he made many friends there. After Massachusetts, he went to Yale and studied English and music as a minor and studied French. And then he wrote a lot of pieces for Yale groups around the campus, over 300 tunes, and a lot of them are still being played today. And then after Yale, he went to Harvard, where his grandfather encouraged him to study law. He gets to Harvard, and the dean says, "Why don't you study music?" So he ends up majoring in harmony and counterpoint at Harvard. So he had an amazing career. We'll talk more about him later on through the evening. The next tune we're going to play, though, is one of his pieces. His tunes, his songs were probably more famous than the plays that he wrote them for. So this next song is from a play called Red Hot and Blue in 1935, and the song is called It's Delovely. And if you can imagine, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's delovely. So here it is. Thank you very much. That featured solos by a pianist, Brother Atkins, all the way from New Orleans. And our lead alto player from Jacksonville, Florida, Mr. Don Zentz. A lot of Cole Porter's music is written with lyrics and music. Cole Porter was known for writing both the lyrics and the music for his songs. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit more. But after he was in college, he went to Paris and joined the Paris, what was that military thing in Paris, whatever. The Paris Conservatory. The what? Doesn't matter. Okay. He was enrolled into the service to entertain the troops, and he had a special piano built which he could carry on his back to take it to the troops and entertain them. So that was quite a feat. I can imagine carrying a piano around on your back. But after he finished that, he went back to Paris and kept an apartment, a luxurious apartment there where he engaged in a lot of very elaborate, elite, and scandalous parties in France. And so he was very much involved with the social scene in Paris. And while he was there, he met a woman named Linda Lee Thomas. She was a rich American divorcee, 8 years older than he was. So they hit it off right off the bat. And so they had a lot of things in common. And a year later, they were married. And the marriage was an advantage to both of them because she was involved in society and so was he. So that kept her involvement in society even further along. And for him, it kept a respectable front because in those days, homosexuality was not openly accessible or available, appreciated. So I'm glad you all are paying attention there. But they were both very devoted to each other, and they stayed married entirely their whole life from 1919 until she died in 1957, I believe it was. So we're going to now do one of the songs that was from his famous show. And his most famous show is probably Kiss Me, Kate. And Pat Lyle is going to sing the song from that show, and it's called So in Love.
Strange, dear, but true, dear. When I'm close to you, dear, the stars fill the sky. So in love with you am I. Even you, my love, am
Thank you. Thank you.
Cole Porter had a very serious accident in 1937. The horse he was riding fell on him and crushed his legs. So he was in pain for the rest of his life. But in order to compensate for the pain, he just immersed himself more into the music that he was writing. He also wrote for the movies as well as for Broadway. So here's another song that is from the Broadway Melodies of 1940, and it's called I Concentrate on You, and Pat Lyle is going back and going to sing that one also.
I'm getting spoiled.
Whenever skies look gray to me and tender begins to brew, whenever the winter winds become too strong, I concentrate on you. When fortune says nay, nay to me, and people declare you're through, whenever the blues become my only song, I concentrate on your smile so sweet, so tender. When at first your kiss I decline, on the light in your eyes when I surrender, and once again our arms intertwine. So when wise men say to me that love's young dream won't come true, to prove that even wise men can be wrong, I concentrate on you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That featured a very creative trombone solo by Mr. Don Cornett. And I want to mention in that last tune that we played, the saxophone player behind Pat was Mike Lyle. As you may know, these groups don't come together automatically, and so somebody has to put them together, contact everybody, and make sure that they are committed and they're signed up and willing to be there on time for rehearsals and all that. And nobody does it better than our coordinator, Mr. Sonny Harris, our drummer.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce each of these wonderful people. Each is an all-star musician and liver of life in his own right and her own right. So I'm just going to go through this beginning with the trumpets. Stand up or wave your hand or something when your name is called. Jeff Jopich. Jeff, thank you. Thomas Vines. Gil Jennings. And our ace double hitter tonight, Buddy Goldson, also on claves. Trombone, Harry Hagan. Don Cornett. Bob Black. Bruce English. Saxophones, Don Zentz. Mike Lyle. John Connor. Norm Bolden. And Andy Duke. The rhythm section, Victor Brother Atkins on piano. Patrick Bruce on guitar. Dick Prang on bass. And I'm Sonny Harris. And our great, beautiful vocalist is Pat Lyle. So thank you very much for each of you being here and making this beautiful music together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Continuing with our Cole Porter tribute. Cole Porter's music has been said to work very well with Latin music. And he actually wrote some pieces that were Latin influenced. For example, Begin to Begin. It was a tune that was one of his very top numbers. So Latin music, as you probably know, is music that comes from Spanish-speaking countries. And as a form of this music is called salsa. And salsa is a hybrid source of Latin music. It incorporates a lot of the other music styles from the other Spanish-speaking countries. And in the US, they developed their own form of salsa, which began in the 50s and 60s, or 40s and 50s, and was finally given the name salsa in 1960. Now, what is salsa? Salsa is based on having a standard clave beat that stays constant throughout the whole song. It's a pattern that must stay the same, and it can change, but once it starts at the beginning, it's got to stay the same way. You may not hear it, but it's implied if you don't hear it. And the other rule is that all the musical figures against the clave beat cannot conflict with it. So the next tune that we're going to do is a salsa pattern, salsa tune, and it's one of Cole Porter's most famous numbers. It's called I've Got You Under My Skin. And we want to point out that the clave are two wooden sticks that are wrapped together in a pattern. And we happen to have a virtuoso clave player with us.
No pressure at all.
Mr. Buddy Goldson. He's renowned all over the place. He's been heard all over, like out at the pool, in the dining room. So
You can all go home now.
So here is I've Got You Under My Skin as a salt. Thank you very much. Now you know what the claves are. Okay, we're going to deviate away from the Cole Porter style for just a second. We're going to do a number that we intended to do last year, but we're not able to schedule it. It's a tune from the mid-50s that was recorded by just about every singer that you can imagine. The one I remember was Perry Como doing it. But our version, we're going to have our trombonist, Harry Hagan, play the solo of a great tune called Prisoner of Love. Harry Hagan from Atlanta, Georgia. Our next number is a request. We don't get many requests because I think there's not that many people left from the 40s that remember the tune. But this is a song that was requested by alumni, and we want to make sure that we honor those requests. It's a tune from 1943, at a time when all the young boys were going off to war and the girls were left home to keep the home fires burning. And the song is called You'll Never Know.
I speak your name in my every prayer. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now. You'll never know I love you. You'll never know I care. You said goodbye, now stars in the sky refuse to shine. Take it from me, it's no fun to be alone with moonlight and memories. You went away and my heart went with you. I speak your name in my every prayer. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. We're going to finish up our Cole Porter tribute and do a song that Porter was famous for his lyrics and his music. The American Songbook Hall of Fame said that Cole Porter's music was complex and his lyrics were witty and urbane, and that really was borne out in what we've heard here tonight. So we're going to do the song now that is a story of a casual romance that all of a sudden took an unexpected turn. And if you follow the lyrics as Pat sings them, they will describe what happens. So the song is one of his most famous. It's called Just One of Those Things.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy things. One
Thank you very much. The bar is now open.
Excuse me.
I hope you're ready for the last set of the evening.
Check.
I talked about how the late 50s, the winds of change were affecting popular music, but then again, they do it all the time. The 60s started off, big bands were still cooking. I was 8 years old. But on February 9th, 1962, things changed with a group of 4 guys from Liverpool hit the Ed Sullivan Show. Running a big band after the British invasion, during the British invasion, became a challenge. The Auburn Knights weathered the storm. So we're glad they did. Under the very capable direction of Bob Greenhaw, tonight, the 60s era band.
Okay, as you can tell, we're younger than the last band. No, I'm just kidding. What a beautiful, that last 40, 50 band. It's always meticulous, but man, the melodic subtleties coming in and out of all that stuff that Jay writes, it just blows me away. I don't know if I come in. And here we come, because the 60s was a wild bunch, is not as wild as it used to be because of our gray hairs and all that jazz. Well, that was, as you know, and we're giving out points tonight, those of you that know the names of things. So that was My Secret Love, or generally called just Secret Love. It goes either way, it's legal. So we're playing that tune, by the way. Anybody know, you get 10 points for this. Anybody know what lady, singer, vocalist, star, knew this tune very well and made it famous originally? Doris Day. Who said that? Several. You got 10. You got 10. Keeping score back there, okay? All right, and what was the musical that it came from? Calamity Jane. All right, that was a definite. Good. We got some energy back there. Okay, well, anybody know the year? I'm going to tell you the year. 1953. It did win the Academy Award. So, and originally that was a slow tune we called ballads. It was down here, real sweet. Well, we changed that. Thanks to one of the finest arrangers for big band music that I know, and I call him a friend, and he would probably, I hope, would say the same thing about me. But there's a gentleman in Jacksonville, Florida, by the name of Bill Prince. And Bill has written a lot of charts, mostly arrangements of standard tunes, as this one was. And Bill, fortunately for him and us, plays all of these instruments you see up here. I mean, he records playing these instruments. And I'm talking about rhythm section as well. And what does that allow him to do? It allows him to give us arrangements that suit each instrument perfectly. He's not going to write something stupid that, one of these players just couldn't handle in a hurry, because Bill doesn't like to rehearse. I've been in a recording session with him. He just, he said, we'll try the first take, and about half the time, Don, the first take comes out right. And they've done a series of recordings over the last 4 or 5 years over there. Don played lead on most of that, and Nat played Barry and alto. I saw you playing alto one day in that. Yeah. And just a lot of first takes work, and it's so clean and nice, it's just beautiful. Well, that featured 2 of my former students. As a matter of fact, back when I was teaching at Valdosta State College, which is now university, and on tenor first, we had Don Zentz from Jacksonville, and on trumpet, Mr. Ken Trimmins from Albany and other places. Now, we'll introduce the other folks as we go along. And before we go completely into the program, I'm talking too much right away, and I shouldn't be doing this, but I got to explain a few things. This band the evolution of this band has been a gradual thing over the last few weeks and months, because we have been devastated with illnesses and people having to go to the hospital and having multiple undiagnosed things going on in their bodies. And we're to that age now, that we're going to start having this. So guess who's leading the band and doing all the talking tonight? That would be me by default, and I'm going to try to keep you awake. This is a late hour. I'm very proud of you for making it till 9:30, but I want you to stay. I want you to stay until we're done playing, because even the last chart is fun. So we're going to do it that way. And so we're going to play another. By the way, we decided months ago to just use tonight, our dedication, our theme for our show is arrangements by Bill Prince. And so the first half dozen or so are from his pen. And he writes these, It might take him an hour to write that last chart. The guy is just unbelievable with his writing. And his playing is wonderful as well. So thank you, Bill Prince, for all that good stuff. And we're going to play a beautiful favorite of mine. I didn't know till just a few years ago how much I enjoyed this tune. This is The Touch of Your Lips. This was recorded in 1936 by Ray Noel, and good old Bing decided he was going to record it, and that made Mr. Noble very happy, because when Bing recorded your tune, that was it. It was going to be a hit, and you were going to sell a lot of tune and make a lot of money. So he came up with that. This is going to feature one of our recent additions because of John Norton's absence for illness. Mr. Brother Atkins, who came into our band, I know maybe he sat in before on a tune or two, but we've got him all night tonight, and we're so grateful for him jumping in at the last minute. And Patrick Bruce is going to play a little bit. And I'm sorry tonight, the solos are short. I'm real sorry. That last tune was the only one where they played a full chorus of the tune. So the rest of it's just little tidbits. But we want everybody to play. So, and you will see by the end of the night, we have got an unbelievable group of players up here that can solo or do anything. So I just kind of stand back and watch it happen and enjoy it. So this is going to feature in the beginning a couple of flugels, and I'm going to introduce each section later, but we got to keep playing. This is called The Touch of Your Lips, arranged by Bill Prince.
Thank you.
Thank you. Isn't that a beautiful tune? God, it just doesn't get any better than that. And I meant to invite the dancers over there because that's that old two-beat field, you know, that's just kind of a halftime swaying sort of thing. And then it gets into that four-beat, and when you're dancing, it's just like magic, you know. You can. I saw him doing some of that a while ago. Am I right? All right. I have in my notes that I'm going to introduce the saxophones at this point. No, I'm really going to introduce. And I've had the guys, I knew I wanted to do this, and I'm just going to do one section at a time, so it's not going to be a long thing this time. Our lead alto player tonight is Mr., and if you'll hold your applause, please, for all your favorites and parents and kids and all that, just wait till we get to the end. Milton Welch, who is from Wetumpka, and he is retired, and something else I won't mention to you that he wrote to me. And he is an original member of this band in the 60s, 1967 to 71, all right? And then Jerry Phillips lives here with us. He was in the band in the 60s along with me at the same old time of 62 through 66. And Jerry, of course, is retired. We're all retired at our age, aren't we, Jerry? Who else could keep going? On lead tenor, the director of jazz studies at Douglas Anderson School of the Arts in Jacksonville, Florida. Now that's a high school level only. Am I right in saying that? It's not junior high or any of that sort of thing. Don, as I mentioned, was a student of mine at Valdosta State College, and he graduated in '84, so he's getting up there in years, and he's feeling it too. He is. And there's one other little thing about him that I'll hold until we play. Well, I'm not going to do that. You folks are ready for some real stuff here. This guy just played the Jacksonville Jazz Festival with his high school combo, right? Well, at that festival, and even before, they did a little surprise thing for him. He is, Sonny, there are those halls of fame around the country, as you know. Sonny is a Hall of Famer in Alabama, and we have one tonight. He has just been awarded the Jacksonville Jazz Festival Hall of Fame Award for 1922. He's completely inducted. Now, okay, calm down. I'm going to play a tune with Don. He and I have been playing together, doing all kinds of things since the 80s, early 80s, I guess, on all kinds of stages. And he's invited me to come play with his high school band, no, it was conducting. I'm not that good. I couldn't play with that band. So, anyway, we're going to play you a little duet thing, and I'm going to see if I can get through it. I've been having some issues myself with my mouth, and that's why we got Mike Lyle sitting in on the thing. Did I talk about you, or did I skip you? You see where I am, don't you? Mike Lyle is on the other tenor book, and he is currently from Pensacola, Florida. He's retired, and he's an associate member, the leader of the 30s band, and plays with other bands as well. So he does a lot for us, and he is a wonderful player, and I'm glad to have him sitting in for me tonight. And Nat Michelson is a barry player from Silva. He's got Silva on here, but I see him in Jacksonville a lot too. But you're still living in the house in Silva you bought a few years ago. Okay, great. And Nat was also an original 60s player. In 1967, he started and he finished in 73. I
was busy with other things.
Well, okay, we're going to set this thing up, and Don, if you'll just put that one right there. We got to have a microphone from me because my volume has definitely decreased on the horn due to my lung power. And we're going to play another tune by Bill. This time, it's an original contemporary type sound. It's different. I know it's not for dancers, probably, unless we got some really good dancers in here. If you could dance to this, you're good. It's a tune called Wishes. I'm sorry I don't know how it's dedicated or what the genesis of the tune came along. I don't know how that worked out. But this is, well, that's all I need to say, isn't it? You got anything to add? Thank you. Isn't it? It's a nice effect. Is the looseness and the floaty and all that stuff, and all the long lines and the additive process with all the polyphonic texture that we had going through there. And that's it for me. I'm hanging it up. All right. I'd like to say something about this next chart. I got to talk into this. Let me just handle this like that. Ken, you're gonna grab the. Oh, one of those. Okay. Some people have to read music. You don't read it. You just do that for show. I know what you're doing. Okay. This is we do a Dixie thing every year, and so I was just going to say before we begin this is strutting with some barbecue, which you've all heard, I'm sure, and Lil Hardin actually wrote this tune. That's Louis Armstrong's wife. I believe it's credited to her, and I think he agreed with that. And it was written way back in 1928, I guess it was. And so it's going to feature a bunch of people, a Dixieland quartet out front group, and then Ken's going to do the main tune here as a vocal, and then he's going to play some trumpet with this also. So how about some Dixieland? You said not to. Well, we're going to take a little stroll down in New Orleans, the French Quarter, where our pianist resides. And we're going to do a little story about barbecue. And I'll let you figure out the lyrics, how the story goes. Ken, let's do this thing. All right, 1, 2, ready, go, on!
Strutting with some barbecue, swinging with the band, like the happy people do, way down in Dixieland. Hear that old trombone and the trumpet ad lib. Love to hear the lick while I do my picking on the juicy rib, 'cause I'm strutting with some barbecue, oh, feeling mighty grand. And pass another helping, please, of that good old Dixieland. And Mr. Ryder, if you please, another rib or two, and I'll go strut with some barbecue.
I was just standing here thinking, most of you people have to work hard for a living, and you've done so for many, many years, and you deserve all the accolades you can get. And I was, in the meantime, over there with this jazz program with the guys like this. Every day, we were having fun, and I feel a little guilty about it. But when I get those checks every month, which I've been doing for 20 years or 22 years, it just all melts away, and I just say, oh, okay. I worked hard. Did I work hard? By the way, that featured, in addition to Ken, we had some other close people that did that. Well, we had Milton on clarinet, and then we had Bob Black, I believe, on trombone, and who else played? Mike Lyle on tenor, and of course the rhythm section, was cooking along there too. So that's our Dixie for tonight. I didn't see anybody over there. Okay, now I want to keep Ken down because Bill did an arrangement of the great old classic. And who can tell me who played trumpet and made this tune famous? I Can't Get Started With You. Anybody know who the trumpet player was? I can't hear anymore anyway. The guy's name was Bunny Berrigan, and it was his theme song. So that's how we know it so well. And Ken's going to be the featured trumpet player. You know, I should have been addressing Ken by his real title now, which is he's, of course, a college professor and all that jazz. He earned a real doctorate at Florida State University in the music department, which is a real feat if you know anything about that music department. He is Dr. Ken Trimmins. Section, and we've had, as you know, some problems with health in some of this area, and Jim Shaw jumped in on drums a while back. And would you believe that his daddy went to school where I was teaching at Valdosta State University too, many years ago, and I heard him play when he was playing with the Auburn University Jazz Ensemble one night, and I said, "Who is this guy?" Well, I got up to walk out after the concert, and he came over and approached me, and behind him was trotting this guy I used to teach, who I recognized. And I said, "Man, did you hear that drummer? He really pushed that band over there." And so he comes up, and it's his son. So what a delightful surprise. And you know, we've had a number of really good players on the drums, and he is just, I mean, he looks like he's, 19 years old or something. He's older than that, but he's graduated, and he's out teaching. In fact, his position is band director at Gray Station Middle School in Gray, Georgia, and he is an official friend of the Knights since 2015. Was that when you graduated?
When I started here, so this
When you started, okay,
when
okay.
Woody dragged me into this.
Yeah, well, boy, he is now a friend of the 60s band, and we're going to be using him in the future. So, Jim Shaw. Now, behind him, I never know why bands set up the bass player in the back there, because he's the most important part of the time that we have here, not only harmonically, you know, like setting up those changes, chord changes, but the time, I listen to the bass more than anything else. Drummers are decoration to me. Is that right? See, Sonny agrees with me. They're more decoration than anything. They got all this stuff they can do, you know, and it's fun. But the bass player has got to be on top of it, and this man is consistently that way. This is Jason DeBlanc from Auburn. He's an IT specialist with the university over there, and he was in the Knights from 1997 to 2002. So he's not an old man yet, and we have to have some youth and blood, some young blood coming in here to keep this thing going, and he has agreed for the last 2 years to do that, and I hope he will in the future. Patrick Bruce has been playing with us since I can remember in the 60s band. Thank goodness for that, because have you heard him? He and Jason played like in downtown Opelika by the tracks as a duo, that kind of stuff. And man, it's like just dynamite. I sit there in the heat. The sun is bearing down, you know, in the afternoons they're out there playing. And it's just unbelievable the way they work together and play all the great classic. They play real jazz tunes too, not just this good old stuff. And Patrick, where are you in Opelika? Okay. Okay, so university as well. So he's got a dual thing going over there, and you reside in Opelika or Auburn. Okay, well, thank you for being here again tonight. And on piano, you've probably already met in the last band. He plays Everybody Wants a Brother. If he's coming to town, they want to have him in their band, and so I can understand why. This is the first time he's played, I think, a full gig with us since I've been doing this stuff. He is currently the professor of jazz studies at the University of New Orleans, and he was in Auburn in the 80s, but he came back from Europe. Where were you in Europe? Okay, so he's been playing jazz festivals. He just got back from Europe, and he's with us tonight, and we are absolutely delighted. That's the rhythm section. Now, we're going to feature Mr. LeBlanc. Actually, is going to get a little bit of space, though it's just the melody. How many times do you find a chart where the bass player plays the melody the first time through the tune? Not very many. Well, we found, of course, from Bill Prince, this arrangement he did of Too Close for Comfort, and he's going to play the head, the main part of the tune is the translation on that. Don Zentz will play a little, Patrick will play a little bit, Cecil, and Nat Michelson on Barry, who decided to play some jazz, and I'm glad because he's a great player, and he's a studio musician, actually from Jacksonville as well. So we're going to do this. This is a fun chart. It's a little longer than some of the others, but man, this thing is so fun and tickly, and then it just roars toward the end. You'll hear it, but we like to roar. Jason. Take a bow, Jason. Oh, man. This is fun. Okay, now we're going to do another little, not an oddity, but a... We're so fortunate to have for the second consecutive year one of the best bass trombone players I've ever played or had in a band, to tell you the truth. And now I'm finding out he does a lot more than that. And we'll tell you about that in just a minute. But this is a tune that he's going to play this whole thing, this whole chart out front. And Major, or actually, you transcribed this. So he did the writing and the, this is not a Bill Prince thing. This is Major. He's going to play a tune that was written in 1928 in the jazz genre. So Wikipedia, no, I don't really use Wikipedia. Yes, I do use Wikipedia. They say was written in the jazz genre. And it is a warning to men. The lyrics talk about this in this tune, which you're not going to hear because we're just frankly a little ashamed to even talk about this. But to men, this is a warning about the trap of marriage. If you know the lyrics, and I know you do, but it's a great tune, and he does a wonderful job on it. And it's a really slow, good, down, dirty swing thing, right? It's not fast.
It's right. We hope so. Bill Prince started. I studied with him.
Yes, he was with Bill
Got a
Prince.
student of his.
He's done a lot of things in Florida, yeah. So I'm going to let him take over.
arranging class. Yeah, I studied with Bill.
Was this a major?
Band guy.
Thank you, Major. I've got to move on here. We're going to run out of time before you know it. So we're the last band, aren't we?
Right.
Nobody's waiting to come on. Okay, we're just going to have to keep you another 5-10 minutes. I want to introduce the brass players before we get out of here. On lead trombone, just got up off the gurney or the operating table. I'm not kidding. He had a back operation. How many weeks ago? 4 weeks ago. And he's up and playing like crazy on the first. He calls himself being from Sandy Springs and the Atlanta area, of course. He's retired. He was on the band when I was from 62 to 64 in the 60s band. And the second slot we've got in the trombones, Bob Black. He lives in Chelsea, Alabama. He's a retired physician. And he also plays in that Super Jazz band in Birmingham. That's a big band up there that is a wonderful organization. And I've had the pleasure of sitting in with them one night. Fritz Seiler, most of you know Fritz. Fritz is moving. He's sitting still now, and I don't know who's doing the work, but he ain't doing any work right now. He's moving to Loganville, Georgia, after the reunion. He's retired, of course, and I can't read his writing, but he was on the band from 65 to 67 in the 60s band. Then there was a little gap here, and he was back in the 70s band in 71 through 73, and finally he left after that. But he is a retired Army musician, whatever that means, okay? And Major Bailey lives in Columbia, South Carolina. He's the assistant director of bands at South Carolina State University. So that's the trombones. Hand for the trombones. Yeah. In the trumpet section, Peter, our president, he's from Niceville, Florida, retired lieutenant colonel from the Air Force, and he's an engineer. And he was in the Auburn Knights Orchestra in 72 through 75. So he really doesn't qualify to play in this band. But since he was president, we play politics really well, because I learned that in my real job. So we asked him to sit in on lead trumpet and some other things. So thank you, Peter, for coming. Josh McLeod, I ran into playing in the First Baptist Church in Opelika. I play in the orchestra over there for some of their functions, and he also plays, and I think he even gets paid to play, and he should. But anyway, he's still going to school here, getting a PhD. Now, he's passed all that preliminary stuff. He's going to be a civil engineer and a PhD when he gets through with that. So he was he's a young whippersnapper from 2020 to the present, the AKO, right? Mike Stow, it lives in Opelika now. Mike was on the band in 1966 to 1980. Whatever. Anyway, Mike lives here, and is a dear friend of mine. We've known each other for many, 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 many years. Stacy Goss is a good buddy of ours, too. He's in Auburn by way of Texas. He lived a lot of years out there. And he's a retired old from 96 to the present. He has been retired. And then another one of my roommates, I forgot to mention that Cecil and I think we roomed together when we were in school. And this other guy down here on the end, on the right end, he's Buddy Golson. You heard him in the last band also. He's from Clayton, Georgia, and his job is yard worker. That's his official thing. And he was in the band exactly the same year as I. That was 1960 to 1964. Goalie Butson, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. And finally, Ken Trimmins is playing most of the jazz back there in the trumpet section. And he is living, officially I should say, in Warner Robins, Georgia. And he's a retired Air Force bandsman. And now he's the director of bands at Albany State University. And he went to school, as I told you already, as a student with us in Valdosta in the 80s. So that is the brass section, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we want to honor as many people as we can that we have time to do so, that in Alabama that are historically important people, and in the music especially. So we've got a son of one of the most famous of all time that I know about, and that is Truman, and his son, who plays lead with us, it's the Welch family, actually, I guess. He is going to say a little bit about his dad, and maybe just one story. We got time for one quick one if you got something like that. But I want to understand, we're going to feature 5 players. We have 5 players who went through his band program, and it was officially Wetumpka? Elmore County Band, I'm sorry, yes. And so, tell us a quick little bit about
He was a big motivator. When he was in World War II, they gave him a choice of being an engineer, like making pontoon bridges and underwater with 10-degree temperature, or playing in the show band. He decided the show band. So he was in the Pacific during World War II, and then in 1946, he formed the Elmore County Band, which was a combination between Wetumpka and Eclectic, and we only met twice a week. And he got the band so good that we were playing all kind of classical music. We were invited to the Midwest in 1965. He organized the stage band and lab band to the school curriculum in Alabama in the mid-60s. And like I say, we have quite a few people that play. And I just want to tell the 5 here and then remain standing. I'm going to go from the elder person, you know, Buddy Goldson, the elder. Stand up, Buddy. And then we got Cecil Wilder. We got Mike Style, myself, and we got the little person here, Mike Lyle. And we also have 2 other people that played in the county band that's playing in other bands. Norm Bolden, is he somewhere around? Okay. And then we've got a doctor too, Rusty Logan, right there. Now all 5 of these people are going to play a solo or try to play a solo, but anyway, I'll turn it back over to Bobby.
We found a little tune that's kind of cute, and we do all kind of funny stuff with it. The poor arranger, David Springfield, did a nice chart to begin with, but we've altered it to suit our purposes here. So we always take that kind of license with things. It's just the old Carole King tune, It's Too Late. Truman's Troops, we call them. You folks have hung in there like nobody's business, and I really appreciate that because we get the late hour and it's a double-edged sword, but with you guys in the audience, I don't worry about it because I know you're going to stay, and these guys have come from great distances, some of them, to play in this band, and it is just, you don't understand that even though they play that well, that they can be great people too. You think they're just musicians, but this is one of the finest bunch of people I've ever been in front of, and I did want to talk more about who's out and so forth and so on, but Steve Means usually does all this talking, and he just could not leave his doctors at this point. He lives on the beach in South Alabama, and I wanted to also dedicate this to him and hope that he will be back next year. I'm sure he will, and then I can get back to just focusing on the music. We're going to close with a bebop thing. We haven't played any bebop, and so you just can't quit without that. So this features a bunch of people. I won't go into details on it except to say this is an original thing by, it's a blues form. It's a 12-bar blues, if you know what that is. And it's a good old key of F, and it's a kind of a fast thing. And it was written by Charlie Parker in 1945. So we're going to do, with all these people, our version of Billy's Bounce, okay? we sure hope to see you great folks again next year. Please make plans in advance. Thank you for coming so much.